Ouch. Ouch. Much better. All right.
Yeah, I know. I was sitting down on the couch answering some emails. Yeah, I know. I was sitting down on the couch answering some emails.
So to answer your question, Tim, yes, this is the long-term plan. So rather than a camera up there, or even in the, even on one of the other boxes, I'll have Chris's Skype video, and I'll do the transmission on this end to the either YouTube, Facebook, or even Periscope. So kind of like the YouTube one because we can roll the chat window right into it. So we're still testing and evaluating to see what we want to do and where we want to take that element of the show. I don't think Dave would mind. As far as timing goes, we never try and scheduling because if we have special guests on that are in different time zones, we try and be flexible to the guests. So it's hard to say sometimes what we want to do. No, I think Not left the whole organization and went off to teach somewhere, teach videography or journalism somewhere in another school, so or at a school of some sort. So that's the last I heard from him. I haven't seen him post on social media in a while, actually.
Wow.
So I'm just comparing the Spitfire. Let's see if I can get that in close. Comparing the Spitfire's print and the one that's coming out right now, and it is very nice looking, actually. Very nice looking compared to what I did with the Spitfire. So that's really cool to see. Here I'm yawning away on camera. It's late. I don't know if I could do that. Find out this weekend, Tim, how brittle and susceptible the Spitfire is, because it is getting flown. It will be out in the cold elements for sure this weekend, so we'll find out. Yeah, well, yeah, there might be some lag. This is an old computer I'm working on, and I'm also working away while looking up and reading your screen, so I'm multitasking. Trying to figure out how to get a photo to print and show you guys. Window capture. Preview. There we go. Yep. How do I make this work? Software's not that proactive. Picture, preview screenshot. Okay. %65 in, so we're getting there. Oops. Desktop. Transferred in that test section picture. Interesting. Interesting. It might have been pushing the system a little too hard. It's not perfect yet. I'm still trying to figure out how to do some of the imagery stuff and everything. I tell you, I'm watching too much. I'm laughing though. Yep. Yeah, you're accurate on the. I almost want to put the control box down in the cabinet so you can actually see it going. But that means moving a lot of wiring and everything right now. Alright. That's a video. It's just me testing. Yeah, I know. I was testing some stuff. I'm trying to figure out how to do a slideshow or put imagery up to this thing, so if I want to make a pointer or an image, I can throw it in. So, figuring I'll learn the software while I'm using it. So you're saying, Tim, when I said I was putting up the photo, it didn't actually show? No life, no picture, just black screen. So if I went and did photo right now, you should theoretically... you know, you should see a photo in this picture right now. You're saying you're not seeing it? Well, I'm seeing it on my end. It's over here, so just a still photo of with my hand. It's upside down here. Let me 100. Oh wow, that's terrible software. Fit screen. No, we'll use different screens as well, Tim. We can see all the chat content through the browser. So basically, we don't have to have the screen up or nothing like that. So basically, I mean, yeah, we would have a different camera. I'd have a different camera scenario set up and everything, and have other people in other boxes and stuff. So the biggest thing we're working through right now is getting the Skype audio to transfer through. Apparently, it's a lot easier on a PC versus a Mac. So we're looking into a bunch of different scenarios and equipment. So. Yeah, Ralph, we were testing some stuff. I was trying some photos and seeing how other things fit into the screen and so on. I'm just playing around. This software right now is this is OBS, so Open Broadcast System. So I'm just goofing around with some of the menu options and everything. So as I work through, seeing how I can do photo libraries and so on. Alright, let's try this. One black. That didn't work. Alright. Properties of the slideshow. Cut. There we go. Rotate 180 degrees. There we go. Alright. There we go. Now we're talking. Now I know how to make a slideshow work for this thing. Cool. There we go. Slow progression. Yeah, there is a bit of a delay in the transmission, but it's not too bad. That could be YouTube, that could be the video. Who knows? So right now we're at 69% in. It's looking pretty darn good, and actually I'm kind of excited because I looked at the Spitfires I mentioned, and the print quality between the two of them is quite impressive. The change. So I think I'm understanding the 3D Lab Prints philosophy on how they're running a lot of their stuff. I also changed the speed of the printer. I slowed it down a bit. They run theirs at a 0.25 millimeters per second feed, and I've gone down to a 0.2. And for my printer and simplified 3D, 0.1 is like highest quality, slowest speed, 0.2 is medium, and then 0.3 or more is just fast, and for the better word, I think sloppy. So I'm really noticing the difference in the for the Spitfire. That's what I was trying to illustrate in one of the photos, just how clean the differences are. So I'll probably try and snap a photo or send a photo over and put it up here in a sec. Just what we're looking at. Nice tight shot on that. Just give me a second. I'm going to get a fresh photo of this print here. Now, hey, beginner RC, beginners. I'm trying to transfer photo here. Let's see if that worked. There we go. That just came through. Perfect. Now I'm going to dump these into my preview folder, my slideshow. Alright, let's just see how this works. Alright, folders, let's see if it rolls up. So that's some of the landing gear. We weren't too impressed. You'll see in this next photo I was having some issues with the pins. The green looks computer generated. Yeah, the LEDs really throw off the. They really throw off the whole setup. Properties. All right, see if it'll refresh. One thing I noticed about this setup is that the slideshow, I mean, is it doesn't refresh new images, so I'm just trying to see if it'll do. Evening, Eric. Come on. It's not taking this refresh. Alright, hold on. We'll switch out cameras, and then we'll switch back and just see if it does it again. Eric, I've been really having a good time on this print. I've been really pushing the settings, and the difference between this print and the original Spitfire is quite impressive. Now I'm just trying to get the imagery to show up here. Of course, it doesn't want to, so we're gonna try. I'm gonna bump out these old images. Just see if it refreshes. See, it cached it. That's why we went to black. Oh, it's being problematic. Properties. Remove. Add. Well, I tell ya. This software has some little quirks. Open. There we go. Alright. So there's the difference. There's the Spitfire piece. And there's the current piece that's about to be, that's on the printer right now. And there's a pretty significant difference in print quality, I would say. Yes, this is the Stearman, Eric, yeah. We're looking forward to printing it too. I know there's going to probably be a few of them that are going to be flying around. Yeah, no banding at all. So yeah, I guess that's thank you, Eric. That's the term I was looking for. Yeah. So that is just some minor tweaks and me coming to learning the printer a little bit more. I've got some little extrusion issues here and there in a few spots, but it's definitely coming along. Let's go back to a camera. So I'm getting excited. It's we're noticing some little hiccups. Like I said, we had on the landing gear. One of the other guys who bought the print at the same time as I did had the same issues. They had the same issues with the secondary landing gear and not doing a primary layer, and then I had the same thing on the seats where the top layers aren't showing up. So I put a ton of LEDs into it. I might, because it's going to be a pretty big chassis. So I'm doing the back tail green just like I did with the Spitfire, and then the rest of the plane is going to be it will probably be well, it will be all clear in this one, and then we'll decide what we do with the wings. I won't be doing the black wings. I'm going to keep the green, so it should look pretty nice. That's pretty sweet. Z banding is a problem to get over with, and you don't want to touch anything. Yeah, the biggest thing when the Z is I get there with my ruler and I tweak it ever so slightly, and I haven't had to play with it. And then, of course, if I move the printer at all, I go in and I re-level the bed. So far I've gotten lucky. Suited for night flying? Yeah, they're going to be suited for night flying until until you fly into something. No, Tim, I don't want to do all green. I want to use up that spool of clear and just get through that. I want to have some fun with it, but I think the wings are going to be green, and that's just me being cheap and not buying other colors. Otherwise, I'd be doing it like a red and silver. And you never know. Before Flight Fest, I may reprint one and do it again. So I still have to order the motor and ESC, and once I know how big the battery bay is, that'll determine whether it's a 4S plane or a 3S plane. So some of the other parts from the other night. Not sure you're going to be able to see this. Actually, I'm going to hold this under the other camera, I think. So you can see that was supposed to be a little bit cleaner, and for whatever reason, it didn't do a primary layer, a final layer. Yeah, I could paint it. I could potentially paint it, but some of the charm in this airplane is the fact that you can see the transparency. Like the Spitfire, I don't know if this will show, but the fact that you can see, through the wings and everything is kind of cool. So, and obviously the clear fuse is pretty neat. When all the electronics are lit up, and it kind of just, it's not a foam plane at that point. But if I decide, I could repaint. If this Stearman holds up to being flown for a couple of weeks in the spring before before the summertime, I could potentially paint it and just go with it. But we'll see. We'll see. Put this guy over here. The plan is for the weekend to fly the Spitfire. It's looking like the weather will be feasible to get it out, and then I also need to test the FPV system on the new Hobby King plane. Gonna put a flashlight up to it? I think I can. Hold on. Did that work? Yeah, you can kind of see the ribbing inside. So you can even make a wing glow if you wanted to. The wing is a little tight to get stuff into, I was noticing. Um, and we'll see. Eric, it'll be really interesting to see how it holds up. I mean, obviously, the stuff is surprisingly rigid. Where's the landing gear? The landing gear, like I said, turned out really, really cool, actually. And had a bit of... Let me turn off the... There. That should only have my mic. You guys don't have to listen to the printer chiming away. You know, so that should be pretty cool. Planning to build a spear this weekend. Any suggestions? I haven't actually gotten my hands on a spear. I'll have to talk to the boys next time I'm in a meeting with them, because I've been playing with the alpha and stuff like that, and I'm probably going to put EDFs in one of them because I'm just crazy. The biggest thing I think the guy said was just to make sure you follow the ventilation for the ESC and stuff. So they're a lot tougher than people need. I don't believe I've held the Spitfire wing with my hand 3D. Oh, their designs are just, these guys are amazing what they did. But like I said earlier, we're getting some issues, and I'm not the only one who's had this issue. We're having some top layer issues, so we're working through those on some of the smaller parts. So it should shear. So Dan and I, Spawns, were talking earlier, and we're like, yeah, we'll do a demolition thing, we'll do a combat with our with one of our planes. But after you put so many hours of printing them and going through them, you don't want to harm them, right? So it's like, oh dear. Metal and plastic film, and yeah, totally. Just coat the whole thing in CA or something like that. I should build a big wing, but I suspect I'll be a little busy at Flight Fest. And I'll get to fly a little bit, but it's not my main priority. My main priority is taking care of the operations and making it all run smooth. There's the front landing gear piece. I have to do the springs and put them in. So they've actually made compressible landing gear and everything. There's a tire. Isn't that cool? They did a really neat job. I mean, this thing hits asphalt and it's going to be all over the place, right? So, on grass or gravel or anything like that, it should roll along really nicely. And then the other piece I need to clean up, I wasn't sure why we were having top layer issues, but that was that's the dash piece, and for whatever reason, it just left them. It just didn't turn out too good. But I figure I'll slap it in there. It'll be a clear canopy, and then clear fuse and everything. So we'll see who sits in the seats. Whether I do something. The other option is to stick an FPV system in there and just fly around from FPV point of view with pan and tilt, right? So who knows? Who knows? Probably the slicer getting wonky. It could have been, Eric. I probably could have. I couldn't see. When I was playing around in Simplified 3D, I couldn't tell what it was going to do, and I was like, what I should do is probably reprint the dash pieces, because that would take no time at all, and just fire it away and just see what it would look like. I mean, because then I know, it's this layer issue, this layer issue. So that's also what we're doing and testing. This piece here, we're making minor tweaks because it's not a huge amount of material to print off and test with. So, but at least someone else got the same result I did, which was like, ooh, we all kind of, what's going on all of a sudden. But well, thanks, Ralph. We're having fun. We're slowly planning our way up to the West Coast 1. think I've got 40 plus volunteers right now, which is not bad. We'll start, really revving up the noise and see if we can solicit more people. So, hey, I got to fly once every night, and then I would have flown more, but the Tyrannus blew out on me. So the Sea Duck didn't get to fly and everything, and I didn't fly until the Monday afternoon when we were tearing down. Or Sunday or something like late. I threw up an arrow, so we'll see what I bring with me this year. I'm going to keep it real simple, simple night flyer and everything. I might just build a multi-rolled arrow or something like that. Bug Bixler to get me a white plane, so I have something. Have I ever had a Spectrum radio? No, I've not actually. The only Spectrum kit I have is a orange RX module in my Tyrannus, so I can fly all the other stuff. For stuff like the dash, fire up Slicer and see if it makes a difference. Actually, Eric, that's a fantastic idea. I will. See if something a little simpler. Yeah, you never know what it is. They said 100 pilots have signed up so far, Tim. Cool. And what we're gonna do for the Ohio one is we're gonna let things settle out for the West Coast, and then we'll start rolling into the Ohio planning. I think what we want to avoid is, because we know at one point, late March, early April, before the actual event, we'll be planning coordinating two events at once, which is a little crazy. So, but it's still going to be fantastic and fun, exciting and terrifying, and all that other stuff, right? So. But no beginner's RC. No, I've not had owned a Spectrum. I'm in the middle of actually going to be picking up used an Orange RX 6-channel, and I'm hoping it binds and my son can use the Nano and have a good time with it. And we're at 75% of that print, and it's looking fantastic. Any more record attempts? I'm not sure. No need for fancy slicing, unlike wings, etc. No, that's true. That is very true. I do like Simplify 3D. I admit it's been really nice to get used to. It was not cheap, but it's certainly, I think it's one of those things that made this printer shine. Like, it really pushes it beyond its capabilities. So it's pretty cool to see. And then it's. Workflow wise and everything I go in, and especially with these planes, I'm actually duplicating all the factory files because I can work with their factory files to build the models, and then for everything else I can just slip into other things. I will have to get Cura working correctly, because when I do the Octoprint, yeah, pretty much. No, I agree. But when I do the Octoprint, that's got a Cura base, so I can submit my own my own G code, right? So it'd be nice. The whole system will be wireless rather than going and putting the card in and stuff like this. I'll be able to just manually pop in and do what I want to do. And there are a couple mods I still want to do to this printer too as I slowly go. I'm really considering a different, going with the E3, a different style element on it, heating element and all that. I know I've got to clean this one up because it's a little dirty on the top now. So yeah, exactly. If not having to climb into the back of it, how do I control the surfaces? How do I connect the control surfaces? CA tabs. I don't have any here close by. They're little inserts. I wonder if you can see them on the Spitfire. And basically, you just snip them and then slide them in and hit them with the CA. Let's see if I can get in there. Where would you see? I guess on the rudder, on the elevator. See the white? So that's a little. It's basically fabric, and it goes in on both sides, and you just put a little glue. So there's like 4 in there. Actually, it's a pretty. It's basically from the balsa wood techniques. That's what they use to make their hinges, and it works pretty good. You can, I was told, if you have old floppy disks kicking around, same concept, same consistency apparently. So if you've got old floppy disks, and you just glue them in. I've used some of those other style hinged ones to repair and replace. Are they plastic or are they cloth? These ones are a cloth weave, so and they do the job. there's a brace I printed off. That's for the rear section of it. You can see last night I was having some little, I was having a few hiccups. I have noticed, for anybody who watched the social media stuff, I was having an issue printing the creeper heads, and I've concluded that it's when there's a whole lot of honeycomb patterns going on. I think the nozzle gets stuck inside a honeycomb and it'll bump it around. So I had a few straggly spots as it was going through and a few burn spots there. So I was paying attention to it and just seeing. Again, it's a learning process. I'm figuring stuff out, and you know, I'm looking forward to progressing with it. I'm really interested in a different style head or extruder and hot end. But again, I look at this thing and I go, well, it's working. I got to do a little maintenance. The big thing I want to change is that fan on the left side. That is cooling the extruder, so it doesn't get too much heat coming off from the hot end, right? So I've noticed on Thingy Universe, someone's made a trapdoor setup so you can get in there. So if you ever have like a bind issue or you snap the filament inside the extruder, you don't have to take it all apart. I've also learned, for anybody building these things, don't overdo the wiring going up to the extruder, so any of this, because the moment you have to do any kind of work with the hot end, you have to undo the entire wiring loom. So I'm almost tempted to put in like an XT60 or an XT30 connector to the hot end and potentially change the put a connector in on the thermostat as well. That way I can actually disconnect the whole thing. I can unspin the or unhinge the hot end from the whole setup and have all the access that I need for maintenance. So again, learning. I mean, people have been playing with 3D printers for many years now, and so I'm just getting my my hands dirty with this stuff. But I really enjoyed it. What about bullet connectors? Potentially, but yeah, I guess that could work. I'm not sure what, I mean, it's just 12 volts. I'm not sure what kind of amps go through all that stuff, but the potential is definitely there for something that simple. Good idea. I was thinking XT30 because it's a small, lightweight connector, but it can still deal with enough amperage. If not, I've got a whack of XT60s as well. And just, because when I was doing my very first maintenance, I took the whole thing apart because I had a jam inside the threaded piece that goes basically from the extruder motor into the hot end, and the jam had occurred in there. And so I had to go in and actually remove the nylon piece and extract the piece of filament and then put it all together. What I discovered tonight was how many wires are there going into it? Going into the extruder, or through the hot end, there's two. Those two red ones down the very bottom of so the very bottom there's two red ones, and then there's two tiny white ones that are the thermostat, and that's it, or the thermometer. That's all that's in that. But it's when you have to spin it because it's threaded into the head, you have to be able to unspin the whole thing if you're taking it apart, and that gets a little annoying. So I have learned how to take it apart pretty efficiently, and I did a clean job in like 15-20 minutes and reset a bunch of stuff, and then I had to re-level the bed. And so and I tend to re-level the bed every couple prints because you'd be surprised how well some of these sit to the thing, and you're trying to extract the piece off the bed, and you can put a little bit of pressure down on it. Plus, if I do any changes, if I'm doing any serious maintenance at all, I'll even go as far as checking the Z limit switch, which is over here. That guy over here. I've reset that before. I've gone in and just changed the height, and that basically just zeroes it, and you change the bed leveling and so on. So it just helps coordinate everything. That one I want to change as well. I don't like how it's set up. And one of the things I've been telling anybody who's new to the A8 printer is when you go and print, bring the Z-axis up as 70 to 100 points. That way when it homes the first time, it comes down, because what I was experiencing the very first time, I would level it and get it all right, but it would come up just a tiny bit, and I'd go, okay, go print, and it would go down again, and it would hit the Z-axis and do like a double tap, and then scrape across the bed because it's got the wrong 0. It's it's got a minus number. So I learned that one quickly because it had worked fine, and I went and did some stuff, and I couldn't figure out what was going on, and then I'm like, oh wait a minute, I see what it's doing, and you could see it go down and push extra hard. So so now I just bring it up automatically. I should almost write some extra code into my my ending script so it just pushes it way up and just parks it up high. But it takes 2 seconds on the menu to go in and go quick position Z-axis and raise it up. So all part of the startup routine. And I find I can use the tape with the glue for about 5-6 prints, and then the glue just gets a little too crusty, the leftover residue. But like I said, I've had a lot of success with the blue tape from Home Depot. That's a 3M product, and that's lasted me a while. I'm usually pretty bad at pulling off the strips and getting it the right lead. And then a little bit of Elmer's glue stick, which I stole from my son's craft supplies. So that's really been it's been working well. I mean, you can see how hard that stuff sticks. So, any more questions? I'm having fun answering them. It is almost 10:30, mind you. But we are at 78%, so it's getting there. It's kind of neat to see this go. I got home and I was like really wanted to jump into the files. You almost need to spend like the half an hour and build the files up and have it all ready to go and just start printing. But I'm going to do this one. I decided to want to do this one green, and then for the next fuselage I'll start these other sections. I'll probably jump right into the front end cal because, like I said, I'm kind of curious. They spec a 3000 or 3000 3S or 4S 3000 for it. And I'm like, I don't have any 3000 3S batteries, but I do have 4S, so that'll kind of determine my motor setup. Probably going to go with their recommended motor, but I'm very curious to try a wood prop on it, actually, 11 by 6 inch wooden prop, because I think that will look stellar, even though the plane's going to be translucent. Any comments on Cura, how Cura does overhangs versus simplified 3D? Woo, that is a really good question. And then I'll I'll look at all these other. So okay, overhang supports. What's really curious is I did the remote control, the extra. I put the panel on top, and it was kind of curious. I'd forgotten to add in supports, and it was really interesting watching the print go across and actually lay down its first line in open air and then keep going from there. I think the overhangs, everything, I think might be. I'm experienced support. I've experienced support material difficult to remove without damage. Oh, well, yeah, the first time I did some supports, the software had it up to like 30% infill on the supports. So the supports were almost as beefy as the actual material. And I've gone and I've backed that way off. I probably don't have any scrap pieces to show. I think I've probably gotten rid of all those at this point. I've really reduced what I use as far as how much support. Depends on the piece too. I know I'm looking at printing like an iPhone stand, and I was looking at how to support that and where it goes. And a lot of times the software will do it on its own, and I'll just put it in there just for leveling. But I like the fact that I can dial it way back, so it's like a stick almost or two. So. And it takes you're sitting there going, how did this print jump for an extra 2? It jumped like for another hour, and so when I was printing on the case, there were supports in there, and I couldn't figure out why. So the extensions for the bench, the 2 IKEA table stands or whatever, and there was under the legs, and it done stuff, and it was like 30% infill on it. I'm like, wow. So anyhow, I pulled those back. So I don't know if that helps Any comments? And I haven't played in Kira enough. Like I've just started. One of my buddies is using it, and so we're chatting back and forth to try and get him. Issue I had trying Kira and even some of the initial settings I couldn't get, and it was funny because I printed off the sample and I went into Kira and I couldn't get my first layer down properly. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to have to spend some time. Now that I've been in Simplified 3D, I know what to look for as far as settings. So I'm probably going to be able to go in there and start writing something and figuring it out. So let's see. What was the other question? My overall impressions of the A8? Oh, you know, for what I paid for and everything, I've, you know, and my first 3D printer, I'm impressed. I don't think you can build it for this price, you know? So, I don't think I could have ever done it. You know, that kind of, and that was the deciding factor. When you sit there and go, okay, 4 motors will cost me X, the controllers will cost me X, and I still need to build a frame. So I just said, no, this has been pretty good. We're having fun with it. The community is huge, and the hobbyist community from the flight test end of it is growing. Like every other day, we're getting notes of people who've said, yeah, they've picked up one. They've decided that was just the right price. So I think it's good on the entry level. Are there better printers? Oh gosh, yes. If I had the budget, and we were talking with Jeremiah from Stone Blue, and he was asking what I thought of a few of them. I don't have enough experience. If I had the money, I would go for the original Perugia. So you know, basically the version of this thing that it's a clone, but the Mark II with the auto leveling bed. That's got some really wicked tech behind it, I think. You know, with the magnetized heated bed, so it knows when it's going and sensing and everything. Speaking of bed levelers, so this is the one from GearBest that they had linked up with the A8 that you can buy now in a bundle. So I picked that up. I had some points, so I think it cost me like $9 Canadian, and it shipped actually. GearBest shipped faster than Banggood at this point, which is what's wrong with the world, right? So I will be installing this in a bit. I don't really want to take the printer offline right now, but eventually I will have to look into how to install the firmware, and I guess I'm going to be using Skynet. So we'll have to do some research. So, okay, next question: have they used scratch builds to do? Hey, do other scratch builds do you use exclusive spill kits? Or I started out cutting and then I got spoiled, obviously. Most of my early on airplanes, and you know, if you ever hear reference to the FT Racer that was full of glue and everything, that was an Elmer's, because we couldn't access Adams, and Elmer's actually turned out to be a better foam for us, a heavier foam, but more. Better in the weather conditions that we deal with in Canada. So my FT Racer was active for like 2 years before I finally had to scrap it. But I'll do my own scratch builds when I'm in the mood. I've got a couple airplanes that are still active that were scratch built, but most of the stuff I now get is speed build kits from flight tests. So, and they are nice. I built that the Alpha, and that had been the first one I'd built in a good number of months, because the last one I had my hands on or had time to build was the Sea Duck, and that was that was a pre-release model as well. So experience. Yeah, some of the manufacturers, like they will do their own little flavors of Cura and stuff like that. So. The longest one? Oh, I've had some that have lasted. Like I said, the Racer was around for a good while, but near the end, boy, it's sad looking. And it got to the point you have to make that decision. You know, at what point do you say, okay, I've got to end this poor thing's life because it's not flying correct anymore? So, but it was a fun airplane to fly. Actually, I tried to put the last motor I had in it. I was so upset. I really zinged it hard, and I had a brand new motor in it. So I'm like, oh, I'll just throw that motor into the Spitfire, and I put it in there, and you could hear the filament cracking from the vibration because the shaft was just banged up. So I said, oh, okay, I got to put a new motor in. So. My wife, she actually she's surprised that I've only bought 3 rolls of spool so filament so far. That'll be the next big round. My wife is actually she likes the flying hobby compared to the race car hobby. She likes this a lot more. Um, so she's quite fascinated at how things have progressed and how social media has come into the elements and everything. It keeps me out of trouble. Next couple of colors, and actually she's the one that said she wanted the clearer fuselage on this airplane and the with the coordinated green. So the next time I get a color order, we'll probably look at some silver, maybe some red, and some other stuff. I know my son wants a couple other colors too. He's got some ideas, and he's looking forward to the being able to print from his tablet. So he keeps bugging me about that one. I just finished up a Great Plains Extra 340 kit, and I'm scared to death to me. Oh, hey. Years and years ago, when I first started, I built a SIG LT40, and I was never so scared in my life to fly. I flew it like 3 times, I think, and then I had to stop. Well, one, the fuel was just nasty, and the car was always getting dirty, and we were in an apartment, so I had to stay outside, and it was crazy. And then I jumped back into electrics like 15 years later. So, what brand am I using? I've got 3 brands going on right now. The black I used was from Gear Best, and I think it was called a K Carmel. The green is the black stuff was $35, which is just crazy expensive. But the results are pretty decent. The green is that came from Amazon, and it's called Aspic or something like that. Aspeg. Oh, jeez, I can't see it from here. Aspen. So they're off. That's an Amazon supply, and it was like $25. And the last one was the clear, and that is from MG Chemicals, the UK, but they're out of. I got them off Amazon as well, about $25 for the kilogram, which isn't bad. The only thing I don't like about that spool is it's got a smaller hole, so the nice spool holder I printed doesn't fit. So I'm going to actually have to engineer another one or find one and just print it off. So did an electric conversion, swings a 13x8 prop. That's nice. That's nice. I'm not much. I'm more of an aerobatic flyer. I've tried 3D, and I'm not fast enough on the sticks to keep the airplane flying. So I'll goof around with the Sukhoi once in a while, but I generally think I enjoy just doing maneuvers versus trying to make the thing hover and stuff like that. I like going low and fast too, apparently. So, and that's why the arrow in the background is currently offline, because it's got a big cracks right across the servo end of it. So I got to build a whole new wing set. So, and yes, I still have a white kit left. Got a couple. I got about 2. I got 3 flight test white foam board kits left in the back storeroom. So they'll eventually get built up. One is an FT Explorer, one is an FT Racer, and then the last one is the other Arrow. And of course, now I can print all those nice fancy new the center pods, which I just think transform that airplane into something that's completely shock proof and everything. So we're at 83%. We're getting there. I kind of want to see how this thing finishes off. So. And what I really like over this new design, over the Spitfires, they figured out the CG issues, and you can start seeing now. That's probably the elevator control hole for the control line. So that's good news. For my next order, I'm probably going to look at my buddy who's been printing initially for me. He said CCAN, which is a Canadian supplier, has a good stock number, good stock reliable. It looks like he said he suspects it's the same stuff they use for the makers bought supplies. So I'm like, cool. So we'll probably end up picking up a couple. I'll probably end up doing about 4 spools and just say, okay, that's enough to keep going. It's what I've gotten now is done surprisingly well. I still have a bit left on the black, which is somewhere, and it's lasted me. But I mean, I was having supply run anxieties, like when I was doing the tires and that, going, oh, am I going to have enough supply? Am I going to have enough filament left to finish the job? But it turned out okay. You know, these are all right. They could have been a little cleaner. Yeah, I looked at Easton as well. Amazon.ca and Amazon.com have slightly different suppliers. So I was hoping the EMG chemical guys would be okay, but and they probably are. I just I have to fix the spool thing. It's not the end of the world, but it's like, it's just the designs. And for the most part, the green stuff has been okay. I thought I was having quality control issues with that, and it turned out to be because I had twice. I had the filament snap, and it turned out just to be the way I was routing it and running it. So. Well, that's it. Exactly. It's we're getting surprisingly good results, and not everybody goes, well. And actually, I did the little Bodie McBenchy test the other night, and that's PLA. This one, all my supplies are PLA. McBenchy is a torture test for the printer, and you can measure your caliber. Check all the results, and I was quite close, so that wasn't bad. How was it dimensionally? The Mick Bodie or whatever, or Mick Benchy was very close, very, very, very close, and that could have been the difference in the caliper, and it looked nice. I posted some pictures of it on my Instagram feed last night. It was very clean, so I was like, yay! So it's there's probably some tiny variances here and there, but overall, for what I'm after, it was fine. I'm not building anything for aerospace, and it can be good from afar, but far from good as far as I'm concerned. Because it's going to get flown, it's going to get bounced, and But where's that motor block? I'm looking for the motor. Not sure where that went. To do. That's something else I'm doing. Cub car rally is coming up in next month, so I'm gonna stick this guy on top of the Cub car rally chassis and do that, because the leaders can get away with a open class design. So I'm like, okay. Let's put that in, have some fun, and that turned out all right. There's a couple little hiccups and flaws in it, but I'll do a little wet sanding, I think, and it'll look pretty clean. Motor block. Must have put that somewhere. I don't know where the motor went. Oh well. I'm sure it's on my messy bench. I gotta clean that up before the next update. Yeah, actually, and one of our other friends who recently picked up an A8, and he's printing the Extra, the 3D lab prints Extra. He had a similar experience where he had a pretty nice printer at work, and he wasn't getting results. So he tried a couple days. Well, he picked up an A8. And was instantly surprised at just, and I think it's one of the things that's just technology, and they managed to get the resolution into smaller and smaller components, cheaper and cheaper components too, right? So, who knows what they're going to come up with next year? So it's just really neat to see it, and and it was even when we first decided to purchase this thing, and there was a lot of questions, and you're reading through the Q&As and the reviews, and people are like, is it a heated bed? Is it not a heated bed? Well, the photos show a heated bed, so okay, maybe it's got a heated bed, and then and I think, like I said, this week alone, I think I know about 2 or 3 other people within the flight test community that have picked them up. So it's kind of fun and exciting to see it grow. And it was interesting because the A8 versus the A6. Oh, 0.5 nozzle, so you can lay down more. Huh, interesting. Can you switch the nozzle? I know when I was looking at the A8 versus the A6, the trumping, sorry, the cat's being crazy. The trumping factor was the fact that the A8 had a larger support community, and I've looked at the Facebook community, and you look on Thingy Universe, and there's just people doing tons of things. I'm kind of curious if I can move. Yes, helps with finer resolutions. I'm still considering. Again, I think it was in the first week that the guys and I were chatting away and just chuckling because it's like, you sit there and you go, well, okay, this printer here is going to be doing the wing, and if I had a second printer, I could be doing another job. But yeah, makes sense. The finer resolution. One interesting conversations I had this evening was, if you look at some of the 3D hot ends. What's the percentage at? We're at 86%. So it's still going to take some time. One of the interesting conversations I was having this evening was, what would happen if I stuck with this existing hot end but moved the extruder motor off the whole armature so it was sitting up higher? You don't think you can switch the nozzle? Yeah, maybe. Well, I know this one I could potentially do it, but I think you'd have to do a firmware swap, or I'd have to look. Like I said, I'm still learning it. But point 0.4, these planes, the 3D print labs or lab print planes are spec'd for 0.4 millimeter and 1.75 millimeter filament. So because they use the Mark II, the Perugia original Mark II printer as their test bed. So, you know. And if I switch hot ends and go to that different, if I go with a clone one, it's like $12. But I don't really see, once I go in, I have to clean this one up. As I mentioned earlier, I gotta check the thread on it. It's moving around, so I'm getting some oozing at the very top of the nozzle. Not nozzle, but the heater. So as soon as I clean that up, it'll be ready to go again. Double knot it or whatever and deal with it. What are your wall thicknesses? I'm getting 0.6 millimeter walls, 0.4. Hold on here. I don't know if I can measure anything. Process. Nozzle. Layer. Well, my primary layer heights are all set at 0.2 millimeters, if that's what you mean. But, and the outer shell is only two perimeters, so it's got to be like 0.4, I guess. It would be going around doing two. Wait a minute. I'll try it on that. That's got a couple layers into it though, but that shouldn't be too bad. Where's my gauge? So that had like almost 1 wall thickness in the Spitfire wing, simple print, skim. Huh. I'm not sure how I could check. Yeah, it's 1.5 millimeters there, so that's probably not correct because it's doubling up. I'm not sure how I could test it, unfortunately. Sample parts I could print 1.6. I'm not sure. I'd probably have to do another print on it. Yeah. Would come out too heavily and not be properly. Yeah, the biggest issue I had, honestly, in getting the two pieces to join up is because in my initial prints, I wasn't using the glue. So I had lift on mine. So the wing, as you can see, has been glued together to fill in all those gaps. So this airplane will probably be a lot better because, well, I've learned a lot doing the first one. And I'll probably end up building a second Spitfire afterwards anyhow. And, you know, if you're concerned about weight, well, just add more power, I guess. 88%. We're getting there slowly. But eventually, I think we're going to have to say time out. Just let this finish off because it's late. No, you can never have enough power. Do you have any other fuse parts you can measure in a single layer? Actually, yeah. I probably could go in and... I'm here. I probably can grab just in here. I'll try that. Reset, 0. I'm getting 1.06. I think the rule of thick as the exchange. Just trying to find a spot. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. That could be 2 layers, though. Yeah, that's definitely thicker. That feels like 2 layers. Although it could just be 1. .3. So that's this piece here. So I got about a 1.3 on it. 1.3 millimeters. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. It's getting there. It looks impressive. You can see it's starting to make the, have I ever had a lipo fire? No, actually not. I've never had a lipo fire. What about all this parts you've been printing? I haven't done. This is going to be the first piece of single layer, so I'll be able to look at this thing eventually. But this is the first single layer. Everything else I've printed so far has been the bulkier stuff. Even the seats have got multiple layers. But beginner seat, no, I've never had a lipo fire. I've damaged a few lipos and lost and punctured one, but I've never had a lipo fire. You know, knock on wood. Off axis, as soon as I can measure one, I will let you know, because I don't think I can get inside the Spitfire wing at this point to really give you. Now, when I print the wing here on this fur, I'll definitely let you know. But because this is single layer, the skin will be single layer, just like the wing. So I'll definitely be able to get in there and do something. I don't have any other samples here. %. We're approaching, getting there slowly. Well, you know, you can grab. Does the case keep the noise down? A little bit. I'm going to get a front acrylic piece. Off axis, try these. There's sample files on Thingy Universe. Spitfire sample part came out so great, I'm pretty sure it'd be fine. Well, there you go. Yeah, yeah. The thing with the Spitfire, it was one of the earlier models, so you have to be aware of the tail heavy issue that I'm dealing with. Afterwards, I think the Mustang is in the same boat, and then when they started going into a couple of the other ones, you can see it in their 3D designs, or they'll tell you that, you know, the channels are included for the servos to run through. So that's something you want to be aware of. Jimmy S, yes, the case helps reduce the noise. It also keeps some of the drafts away from the heating elements, because you can really see the temperatures dive up and down as it moves around. If you do ABS, it's also good for that, but I won't do ABS because I'm worried about ventilation and fumes and everything. So I think once I get the acrylic front on it, it'll be nice too, because it'll keep it nice and quiet and reduce some of the noise, because it does make a lot of pitchiness. So really, you could print such overhang without support. Oh yes, for the tail section, yes, Chris. There is a limit to it. I just don't remember what it was. It was really neat watching it build it up nice and slow. So newer printers can do 65 degrees without axis. That is correct. That's the number I was thinking. Yep. You're working away. Tick, 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 tick. Yeah, anything over 70, I would say get in there and put a support. I probably should have read the documentation to see if they recommend any support. What's really cool with these guys printing their single layer skins is, yeah, they don't run the cooling fan, and they recommend 230. Actually, in the latest documentation, they said consider if your hot ink can go even hotter, go hotter. Does this plane have a tail? I don't know if this one's going to have a tail heavy issue or not, but I know my Spitfire was very tail heavy. So I designed that. I went in and I designed a cage. Actually, I'll pick it up here in a second, and I can show you the differences. But I put together a piece that would allow me to put some front end weight in there, because I'm running later batteries too. What's my extruder temperature? 230 degrees right now, actually. I still have all 3 of my rolls. I've used up my black pretty aggressively. Your PLA is rated for 230. No, my PLA, this stuff is rated for less, but when you're doing single layer, does it smell like waffles? It's not that bad. I haven't really noticed any smell issues that are pretty, like anything alarming. When I was cleaning out one of the PLA things, the fire alarm actually did go off when I was cleaning out one of the jams because it heated up. So otherwise, it's fine. This PLA is not rated for 230, but when you're doing single layer walls, that's what gives them their adhesion without running the cooling and everything. So it is towards the upper end, but if you read the documentation, they are now telling the 3D lab print guys are saying they're pushing it even higher, like 260, 270, if the hot ink can handle it. So this is pretty well as far as I think I need to go, because I'm not trying to, I'm not going for like, showroom quality here. Let me grab the piece that I built. Hold on. So this is the Spitfire battery box. And where's the camera? Right over here. The battery box, and I used that to put some front weight in there. So I basically measured up my widths and everything, and put a bunch of holes and let the printer print it. And yeah, a CO2 might not be a bad idea. I read that. They were using a laser though, and I do have a CO2 detector in the house too. Anyhow, but that's I read the story. I'm not convinced, but yeah, that's why there is a fire alarm in the case and stuff like that. Yeah, was it the furnace? Either way, so that's going to fix my Spitfire issue. So that slides in there and then holds the batteries. Yeah, actually, you know what? If you're going to get a fire alarm, it doesn't hurt to get the multi-sensor one, right? So, and it sits inside the case, and it's there, and it's loud enough that if anything goes wrong, and I've got, like I said the other night, I've got one sitting in my charge station, and everything. Yeah, PLA is starch. So, what else? I've got the solid state relay system coming in, and that'll be running the bed temperature, so that'll take some of the load off the main board. I was asked the other day, I have the newer version of the main board. The main boards weren't really the problem. The problem with some of the heat issues were revolving around the connectors, and the connectors not being able to take the current through it and burning out and stuff like that. So again, when I get my octo print, or it's going to be an orange pie, I'm going to put that in the case, and I'm probably going to put a cooling fan system and a cover over top of the control board and just dump a fan in there to cool it. And the power supply, which is a shiny silver thing, I'm actually thinking about mounting underneath the bench too, so it always has a lot of ventilation and cool air access to it. So, because it doesn't make enough noise to be any issue, no worse than the other prints. So, have I noticed any? We're heating the house in the middle of winter and everything, so I really haven't noticed a spike. There are other draws of energy around this house and everything, so I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it's probably no worse than running a computer all the time, right? As far as the hard drive, as far as the power draw and everything. So, and when I'm running it, it's not during main daytime hours, so it's low energy consumption rates. So it is what it is. It was there was some kind of there was a couple of funny points that people were making. The cost to build the airplane versus and all the parts and everything. It is it's a funny little expensive. So it can be a little you kind of sit there and go, well, I could foam board it or whatever as far as cost and everything. It's the adventure for us. And even if we don't, continue building airplanes with it, it'll be things like, where's the power pod? There's the power pod for the Alpha. Actually, Dan Spanos is redesigning it, giving us a little bit more of a lip up here, so you can drill through and then lock your skewer through for this particular guy. Same principle as the Mighty Aero packages and stuff like that. So again, I think this is where we'll see a lot as hobbyists and enthusiasts. This is where we're going to see a lot of usefulness for these printers. Plus designing other little carriages, your battery holders, your camera mounts and stuff like that, and the wings, your protectors. One of my buddies who prints RC Wingman, who's on the flight test forum and everything, and does a little social media as well. He sent me a TPU printed cover to protect a GoPro session. I don't actually own one, but it was pretty cool to get. And then you see the stuff that the multi-RC guys are printing with TPU and doing all the battery mounts and stuff like that, soft. So I don't know if this printer can do TPU. I haven't looked into it yet. So are you dabbling in design? Yes, I am. I've been playing with, this one was done in Fusion, and so I'm slowly learning. And the fun part about this guy learning was the fact that I couldn't figure out how to make the boxes. I'm like, okay, I want an X, I want an H essentially. And I'm designing away and I'm having issues, and Dan goes, just make 2 boxes and delete the bottom, and then when you do that, it's funny because you're looking at 2 boxes, and then you take it into the slicer, and the slicer says, yeah, it's just one single wall. It doesn't care, right? So it makes up for some of it. It does some assumption work for you. I'm really having issues lining up cameras tonight. Are you putting a battery holder in the spirit? I'll clean this up first, but I probably should just stick it up there so other people can see it and use it. But it's kind of embarrassing just how wacky those holes are and stuff like that. But it works. Maybe other people can re-engineer it and stuff like that. SolidWorks and bring it home for my hobbies. There you go. Yeah. I think Fusion was powerful enough for what I was learning with and everything and what I need. So. And I'll keep going on it. I'll keep learning, and it's this was really elementary because it's like, okay, I got my caliper with me. I've got a battery. I know what my I know what my widths are because of the pincher, which is pretty cool for the battery mount. And you can only do so much CAD work in the day before you go crazy. Yeah, I tried 3D in college as well, and I discovered very quickly that I was better at articulating what I was looking for to someone who actually had the talent to control it. And when you're on a laptop without a mouse, it's just like, I'm just clicking all over the place. So I'll continue to do some work, but it won't be my main forte. I'm more of a video editor, producer kind of thing, so... Do you ever sleep? Podcasts, live streams, 3D? Yeah, I'm pushing the envelope here, but I want this to finish before I go to bed. So, yes, I do sleep sometimes. Drink a lot of coffee. That's Chris's fault. Speaking of podcast, I think we're going to be doing that later on Sunday because we have a guest from another time zone. So we want to try and accommodate that. So what's the estimate time? The estimated times are never accurate. So I always take a screenshot before I start. This job said 3 hours and 35 minutes. We've been broadcasting the stream for 4 hours and 16 minutes. So I basically figure add more than an hour. I'm not sure why it's inaccurate, and I wish I could adjust the software, and I've Googled it. My last print took 16 hours. Yeah. Those are terrifying, hey? I think one of the things I'm going to look into very soon is buying a big old UPS power supply for this thing. Because imagine you drop well, okay, we're goofing around having fun anyhow, but to lose a print after, you're at 23 hours of 24, that would just be terrifyingly bad. But yeah, I'd say over an hour. It's the estimates are off by an hour, but I would sooner have it print cleanly than risk it. So 'That does look amazing, though, I have to say. There we go, nice big resolution shot. I'm really liking how you can see the. I wonder if I change the lighting just a touch, you might see a little bit more detail. There you go, a little bit of shading. You can sort of see the how the ribbing looked inside, eh? That's kind of cool. Oh, you can't beat that one. I've been through massive ice storms and everything and knocked out power forever. %95%. We're getting close. Of course, we'll have to wait for the payoff. I'll have to do some photos and everything afterwards because I want the bed to cool off correctly before I try and remove this thing. Um, where's my get one of those. Handiest tool you can have. I almost wish I had something slightly thinner. I have, what did you say? A surge protector, UPS, uninterruptible power supply. That would probably help a lot. Sand it down. Yeah, I guess I could file it. It's got a bit of a sharp edge on it, actually. But yeah, I actually have this thing on a surge protective power bar, so that kind of keeps it healthy, I think. But definitely considering putting a UPS behind it just to save things. How long does it take for the bed to cool off? It could take like 5-10 minutes. Depends on it. Depends on, Well, this doesn't have a huge amount of space on it. So you'll be kind of curious to see, how it pops off and everything. But we're getting there. I'll turn the microphone on inside the chamber and you can just hear the motors kind of just slowly working away. It does make a pretty cool sound. What settings did I change? Saw the Instagram comparing the two of them. Yeah. Basically, I changed the primary layer height from 2.5 to 2.2. I think also I've been tweaking the printer and just slowly getting it that much better. Um, I can hear both speakers at the same time. Yeah, you know what it is, Tim? It's I got the other mic. It's picking up, both microphones are picking me up there. Almost like an old, yeah, the 8-bit. Um, but as far as changing the settings, so the biggest thing, the big two change factors is dropping the speed down, so going from 0.25 millimeters per second down to zero point 0.2, and pushing the retraction rate a bit more. So as far as start and stop, I think the quality you're also seeing is in the. I'm running the temperatures at the recommended 230 degrees, and I'm slowing it down. So I think that's making a huge difference as far as the product goes. So yeah, you're right though, Tim. One microphone on versus two is probably better because the other microphone's not far enough away. When I get the covers and everything, it'll probably be a little better. The front plate, I'm going to get a piece of, one of my buddies is going to cut me a piece of acrylic, and I'm going to put some magnets onto it, so I'll be able to just pop the front plate on and off and just leave it closed up. '96. We're getting closer to the end. Well, I mean, I can run faster speeds, and yeah, the MK. What is your the Mark II will do? What 0.3? I don't know. I can run the faster speeds, but you don't get the cleanliness of it. So so I'd sooner let this thing take 4 or 5 hours to print off a good section. But really, but yeah, if I had the money, I'd be buying a Mark II as well. So I like we were mentioning earlier on. I love that auto bed feature with the auto level with the magnetic sensors in the bed. That is just pure genius. '97. We're getting there. See you later. Almost done. Almost done. So right now it looks like it is working on that fine tip of the back. And then all the other gaps will be filled with the other flight controls. For this airplane, I'm going to do all the flight controls in the matching colors rather than like I did with the Spitfires with the black and green. I didn't really like that in the end. It just it looked okay for contrast, and the Spitfire will probably fly a little faster and it's going to be a little smaller. Like I said, this thing has a wingspan of 1,200 plus millimeters, so it's going to be a big airplane. I can tell you the exact specs if I look on the website. Wingspan of 1,217 millimeters, so that's 47.9 inches. Are you... No, I haven't heard of that name. All right. Length, 946 millimeters or 37.2 inches. What is it saying? The wing load is not bad. Airfoil. Printed weight will be 1,500 grams. Did you say use? Yes, I have a smoke detector in there. Yes, I do. 50 to 1500 grams. Empty weight without battery is 2120 grams. So I don't even know if I've got if my scale is even big enough to handle that one. So I'll have to we'll have to see how close we are. But I'm probably going to go with their recommended motor and ESC for the kick of it, and then decide between 3S and 4S. But realistically, this airplane won't see any active flight time until at least May, maybe late April. Well, I'll be busy, but till May, I'd say, because that's the earliest the ground's going to be acceptable to do takeoff and landings with this style of airplane. So we'll see. 97%. Come on, printer. They're recommending that you never exceed 100 kilometers an hour. Oops. Design maneuvering speed 70 kilometers an hour, stall speed 24 kilometers an hour. Okay, I can see that. There are some pieces. They tend to do a lot of the fuse pieces on their own. The wings you will do in sections, and the rationale behind printing the wings in sections together is if there's any anomalies, then there's anomalies across all, so they should all line up because the filament's the same and so on and so on. The heat conditions are all the same. So I have done multiple prints. That's and I've done single prints as well. So, but in the fuses, they tend to do stuff like this one is pretty well. It's pretty well a big chunk of real estate on the bed. So, but the wings, they'll do. I know the Spitfire is 4 pieces, and you pretty well can do all 4 at the same time. And the bed size is big enough. They spec it out for the Mark II, as I've said, which is like 195 by 195 and 140 or 150. So basically, they spec out 150 by 150 cube volume print area. So you can print quite a big object on this printer if you were crazy enough to do it. So. 98%, folks. We're almost done, so it's going to be close to a 5-hour broadcast. That's crazy. But it'll be kind of neat to see the end result, I think. I'm kind of curious to see what it looks like on the other side. Just reading some of the social media, every time I tweet a photo of someone saying how much they want it, and it's, hey, what, 2 years ago you couldn't have fathomed the printer of this quality for this price, right? So it's pretty neat to see people getting a lot of interest. I think it's literally finishing off that one little back piece, and then it'll be done. Trust me, I want to go. Yeah, I don't tend to leave the printer unattended, so I'll be crashing very soon. But thanks for watching, Chris. $99. Gotta be close. Oh, there we go. There it is. Ta-da! Alright, I'm just going to let the bed cool down and then we'll pop it off and wrap this whole agenda up. So, let's see. I'll check my phone for when we started this whole thing. 7:19. So basically 5 hours. There you go. Four and a half. Yep, pretty darn good. So bed's at 56 degrees, so I gotta wait just a little bit longer. Few spots and I'll sand off pretty easily. Looks really nice. Yeah, when it's this thin walled, you don't want to pull too hard because, well, you know, you'll crack the poor thing. Pushing buttons there. I'm just noticing the scale's all wrong. Take a walk. Okay, hold on here. Hold on. And where's my gauge? Oh, there it is. I think I can get in. Yeah, back here. Should be able to get inside there. .55. Does that answer your question? And the battery's pretty weak, but there you go. Just noticing just how off that camera is. It could be the fisheye aspect of the camera, but it feels like the aspect ratio is wrong. I'll have to look into that. Rotation, size, top left, centered. I'll have to adjust that. Yeah. Definitely thinner than my 0.62 millimeter walls. Yeah, but do you think it's enough to make a difference to a flying craft? If anything, that means your aircraft should have more structural rigidity, right? Let's see, 43 degrees. Yeah, it's still on there pretty good. Should be stronger but slightly heavier. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, and it could also be material based as well. You never know. But you know, for a little bit more horsepower behind it, I think you're fine. All right, let's see if we can get this piece off, and then call it a night. Oh wow, it's on there good. Woo! There we go. All right, switching to so there we go. There's a printed piece, folks. Thanks for watching. It's got some pinholes on this side I'm noticing, but overall the quality is dramatically better than the previous prints. So actually here, I'll put it back up in front of the other camera. So there we go. Obviously, it's a learning experience. I'm getting slightly better at controlling it and learning from it. So, definitely a lot better compared to the Spitfire print quality. So, fascinating learning experience. So, on that note, we're wrapping it up. Thanks for watching, everybody. Talk to you on the next stream. Good night. Ciao.